A reasonable start to a cricket game here.
Absolutely. This is Ruben Blackmore on strike here. Not the captain. There's three of them. It's hard to know which one the captain.
Three Blackmore Moors.
Blackmore
Could there be any more?
Blackmore is averaging 40 with the bat this year. He's also taken 8 wickets to 22, so he's an all-rounder. Another one of the big wickets today. And the second ball is wide outside off, and it is a wide. So Northcote are on the board, on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard here, as Jake Barker is bowling from the Neil Donaldson stand end.
Now we had a look at the pitch before the game, Xander, and there is a bit of moisture on it, which is disappointing, so the ball might get skid through. And with this rain coming, there was an argument to say that it might have just been worth just saying we'll all come back and do the whole thing tomorrow, but we have got play underway here.
It's a good toss to bowl first here. I think, yeah, the overcast conditions, you're right. Trinity Willison can capitalise really well today on the amount of overs they get as Jake comes into bowl. And that has kicked up a lot, hasn't it?
There's a bit of bounce in this deck. It's a little bit bouncier than Frog Hollow, so that might suit Northcote a little bit because they have quite a bouncy wicket, but it's more trampoline bounce.
More trampoline, sponsored by bounce.
This should be a little bit quicker, the bounce here. Now, with Nick Sparks' injury last week, we're not actually sure who's going to be opening the bowling today with Jake. Oh, and that one's beaten the bat. A little bit of nip away.
And the way of play and miss. Fantastic there for Jake. Promising sign for Trinity Willison.
Very good batsman in at the moment, and you don't want to let them get away to a good start here. You'd like an early one.
Especially if there is a break and play between today and tomorrow. And you can really shock up the system there for Northcote.
For sure, it could be hard to have to start an innings again tomorrow if they don't get through the full innings with impending rain.
That's another lovely ball just outside off stump there, well defended. That's carried quite far to an extra cover position for Tom Clark.
The ball looks like it's coming on nicely. Blackmore is doing a good job early. Did miss some one, but some nice drives to the offside field. It's a pretty regulation field. There's one slip in a gully, a point, 2 covers, mid-off, and then 3 on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, and backward square leg.
That one comes back in, and that is the end of the first over as we check the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We have 0 for 1 off 1. And as the 13th man, Charlie Clark, runs out the helmet, could it be perhaps spin from the other end? Or darts with not Nick Sparks, but Mike Sparks to bowling from the far end.
Well, there's the first surprise of the day, Xander, in the final. It looks like Mike Sparks is opening the bowling. This is a big moment in the game here with one of the biggest hitters in Macgibbon facing right arm darts, I would say.
I would say right arm darts. However, I was told last week it was turning a little bit.
I did hear that. I will believe it when I see it, Xander, but you never know. So 2 men have gone straight to the boundary. There is cow in place, Xander, and a long on with a square leg and a 45, and on the offside there is a mid-off, a cover, points, and short third man. This is a huge, huge moment in this grand final to see how Will Hogan goes here today, because if he gets off to a quick start here and gets a quick 40 or 50 off 20 balls, Northcote will be right on top.
I agree. It's Mike Sparks to be bowling from the White Horse end. He charges through the umpire. And it's well connected, and that might race away for the first boundary of the game.
That's a lovely shot on the bad for Shepherd boundary there through the covers. A regulation shot, but it was beautiful, beautiful shot, and it's gone for 4 runs. Ominous signs here, Xander. Ominous signs.
There's a lot of chirp here between the players and also a couple of spectators as well.
There is a little bit of history with these two teams. They do like a bit of chirping. And that is a huge shot over square leg.
Goes over square leg and bounces into the tennis courts there. That's another boundary. Oh, apologies. That is a lovely bad Shepherd boundary. As one bounce 4, I believe.
No, that was 6.
6. My apologies.
That was huge. Straight on the concrete and bounced over the fence into the tennis courts.
Could be a break into the day's play.
And right on cue, Will Hogan off to a huge start here. He's 10 off 2 balls, and as we said, if he can even be in for 5 or 10 overs here, Northcote are going to be away and flying. Got a search party over at the tennis court nets looking for the ball.
Could be an interesting kind of serve there with the cricket ball coming your way. Person returning.
Could break a few strings.
Break a few strings. On the old Wilson. And I think the ball has been returned.
It'll be interesting to see whether there's a massive flat spot on it now, like happened to us a few weeks ago. Hit the road at Frog Hollow and we picked the ball up and there was just a massive chunk out of it on one side. And that did slap the concrete pretty hard there. Could help with swing though if one side's roughed up and one side's nice and smooth.
That is true, speeds up the process.
So, how is Mike Sparks going to respond here?
Hogan gets that one away.
Again, and it's chunked away on the left side from another boundary. 14 off 3 balls in this over. Got to be a bit wider outside off, I think, to Hogan.
I do think so, especially this early in the power play as well. There's not much protection in the field. But that one nearly went straight to a fielder there, though.
It did. It wasn't too far away from Nick Sparks at a forward square leg. Big appeal and Gibbon. That's a huge wicket for Trinity. Mike Sparks is ecstatic, and they have the huge wicket of Will Hogan for 14. And you'd buy that. You'd take 14 for 1 in that over.
You would take 14 for 1, especially with how big the wicket is there. I think that is really well done. Mike just kept going. He did keep going in that. Most bowlers do tend to drop their heads after a boundary, but he really kept fighting there, and that is a well-earned wicket.
Absolutely. 3 boundaries. I would have been losing it if I was bowling, but Mike stuck to the task there. He's thrown one up full and hit the pads, and the umpire has obliged and given the wicket. Huge moment in this game, Xander.
Huge moment in this game as the score now, look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is 1 for 15 of 1.4.
What a wicket there for Trinity. That could have got ugly very quickly, but Mike Sparks has held his nerve and Trinity have got what they came for in that second over.
$14 off 4 balls.
Not a bad way to start, Xander.
Not a bad way to start. I'd be happy with that just in general, 14 off 4. But I think he did expect more from himself in the grand final for his team.
Really huge wicket. Umpire obviously satisfied it was hitting the stumps. It was closest to that leg side, but he was pretty happy to put that finger up. Give Trinity their first wicket.
Mike Sparks comes into bowl. Oh, that one's kicked. That is the bounce we were talking about earlier.
And this is the wicket keeper that looks like he's coming, Cody Lawson. Maybe change the order this week for Northcote.
Potentially a little bit of a change to the order. And that is the end of the over. If we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the score is 1 for 15 after 2 overs. It was a huge wicket, wasn't it, Zach?
Absolutely. This game has had everything so far. We've come for, we've seen some big shots by Hogan in his first over facing, and then the big wicket. What an exciting start.
What a very, very exciting start. As yes, the keeper Lawson.
Yes, he did bat a 3 last week, Xander. I haven't done my research well enough there. But probably we expect him to be going at a different gear to Hogan, a little bit slower and getting himself into this match.
Getting himself in to build a really strong batting innings. Go Jake bowling again from the Neil Donaldson stand, and he will be bowling to Blackmore Moore, I believe.
Do you know much about Neil Donaldson, Xander?
Look, I've heard he's a wonderful bloke for the community, and he's done quite well for the Baldwin Tigers. As Jake comes into bowl. Steps out to that one, and that is a dot picked up there by the wicket man, Mike Sparks.
He's looking pretty pumped up now. The collar's up. The swagger's on.
The swagger is on.
And so it should be. That was a huge moment in this game.
Still a lot of chirp out here, Zach. Hostilities are high.
There's been a bit between these two teams, two quite close games, but they do like to chat.
As Jake comes into bowl, and that is really well bowled, lovely area, well respected.
Yes, I'm not quite expecting the same explosiveness from Ruben Blackmore Moore at the other end. He will definitely give himself some time to get into the innings. Got a high score of 86 this year, which came against Deep Dean.
Have put pressure there on Eddie. Potential run-out chance there, as they have really tried to get off the strike there. And those would be the first runs for Blackmore Moore. Convinced with that shot?
Well, it's good to put the pressure on the fielders there. Eddie had to run in and pick it up and just didn't quite get it cleanly, and that was enough to get the run. But I like putting that pressure on the fielding team and getting that scoreboard ticking over.
Does show lovely intent early there as well. As Jake prepares to bowl.
Again, there is a little bit of bounce in this. And Lawson couldn't get any bat on that through the keeper.
Now, for those that are unaware, the former Frog Hollow deck was quite a trampoline, wasn't it?
It was very bouncy. Just before my time, they were digging it up as I came down the club, but yeah, it was a very bouncy deck, and with those short boundaries, there was a bit of carnage. But these conditions could be quite good for
Wilson bowlers, as it is another fantastic ball there by Jake for another dot.
Yeah, well, we know what he's going to do. He's going to bowl his spot outside. Really good shots to get him away. He doesn't give you...
He does not. Usually he doesn't give me any chance. As usually he dismisses me within 2 balls. As Jake prepares to trundle in again. That one put away to cover point region for a dot, and that is the end of the 3rd over.
That was to the trusty Matt Veach, in Matt Veach's only fielding position, point. He's made it his own. In after 3 overs. So, but I do expect that it'll slow down now. Sparks looks like he's continuing. So it wasn't a plan just to bowl Hogan, he's going to continue here.
I think, yes, especially in a grand final, you really want to ride the momentum waves. I think Mike, he does have a nip in his step.
Yeah, he's got his tail up after that first over. Look, quickly, if his mysterious turn is true, then he'll be all sorts.
And that has been well played. Lovely slide there by Jack. It does look like a lovely sliding deck here, doesn't it?
Yeah, the outfield looks in pretty good nick. I don't expect there to be too many problems with the ball jumping up. This one is nicely defended. Into his groove here. This feels like a bit of a lull after that very exciting first couple of overs We're back to normal cricket again.
Feel that. But I think it just highlight the importance of that big first wicket, especially with the wonderful batsman.
Yeah, as we said, it wouldn't have taken long for him to really turn this game, and they got it just before it was becoming a big issue.
As we see Nick there with his first touch there.
It'll be interesting to see how he's feeling today, pulling up after last week.
As for those who missed last week, he unfortunately did go down the fielding innings. However, he did have a wonderful batting performance.
He hit 66 or 66. He'll be looking to do that again later in this match.
So that is nice by David McKenna, I believe.
That was a good stop. It almost got through, but he knees there and stopped that one. And that is the end of the fourth over. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's 1 for 19.
Now, for those who aren't too familiar with the Northcote area, it's been described as a suburb with a village vibe where older Greek and Italian residents live alongside artists, musicians, and young families.
I believe champion shoes player Alex Wisnowski has just moved himself to Northcote as well. Hopefully he stays at Trinity though.
Hopefully, however, after, depending on today's results, we could see him perhaps jump ship to join the Premiers of Macgibbon.
I did enjoy that little history lesson though there, Xander. Thank you for sharing with us.
It's all about learning when it comes to life. As Jake comes into bowl. Fantastic ball again.
Does look like Tim McKenna's warming up, getting ready maybe to replace Mike Sparks at the White Horse Road end.
The umpires today are John Westwood and Adam Collinson.
Yes, I think John's doing his 7th Macgibbon grand final in a row.
As a player, you would be very happy to play 7 Macgibbon grand finals in a row, wouldn't you?
I'd take one.
As we're set to continue here. Lovely ball again, really well played. It's very reasonable cricket that we're watching here. As both teams look to make their intentions known after that first wicket. See if Trinity can capitalise on that and see if Northcote can start to rebuild their innings. As Jake comes into bowl again. That is a bit fuller. That is edged away towards the backward square leg area, and they get through for a single there.
Just having my first of many looks at the radar today, Xander. We could be doing that a lot this afternoon. There's a bit. You never know though. Could be hard to know.
It's hard to know with the suburb that we live of Melbourne as Jake bowls there and is played and missed. Fantastic ball there by Jake.
As we have future champion of Trinity Willison, Liam O'Connor, walking past with his dad Adrian. He was part of a very, very famous victory for the under-14 Cs last night, Xander. Getting home in the pitch black. In the pitch black, the ECA might need to look into that. But we hope they don't, because the boys really earned their 6 points there. They did. They won by 1 wicket in the last over.
As that is well bowled and that is very well played. And that is the end of another over as we have a look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the score is 1 for 20 after 5. I believe you were correct, Mike Sparks. After a lovely start, has been replaced by the golden arm, Tim McKenna.
Yeah, Yeah, this is going to be a big spell here for Tim McKenna. They'd love another wicket here. Try to get into that middle order as soon as possible. Tim bowled really well last week, a couple of wickets.
Especially the big one of the keeper batsman of Burundara.
Absolutely, Yabaki. He was going along well.
The family connection with that wicket as it was caught by his brother.
Yeah, we were right behind that at the time, and it was hard to tell if David clung onto it, and we held our breath. And then he came up with the ball. It was a big cheer from the boys under the tents.
It's a fantastic cheer as Tim looks to start here. See how he's looking to proceed as he comes into bowl.
That one is full outside off and driven to Mike Sparks at cover.
Big turnout by the Trinity Willison boys here today. They're set up underneath the Bendigo Bank marquee.
Yep, they're up on the hill on the Cherry Street side of the ground. Nice view there, and they'll get a good view of the weather that's coming in from the west.
As that is played quite well over there to Jake, who is at, now I'm going to have to test myself my cricket knowledge here. I want to say mid-off.
That is correct, Xander. I know you printed off the fielding positions this week and you've been doing your homework, and it's good to see it's paying off.
I have been studying. You never know who watches these live streams. Could be a potential career opportunity. As Tim comes into bowl again. Lovely. It's just great cricket, isn't it?
It's good when you come in your first ball and first over to the grand final and you've hit the spot straight away. No looseners, just straight into his rhythm.
That is a sign of a top quality bowler, isn't it?
For sure. As we get a couple of drops of rain, we'll be racing for undercover at any moment, Xander. That one's wider and flashed but missed. That was quite similar to his first wicket last week that was edged through the keeper, but no bat on that one. Short and wide again, and that one is too wide, and the umpire puts the arms out. Have I jinxed us into rain?
Potentially. Well, the rain has started to come down a little bit more here at Baldwin Park. As Tim comes into bowl again. That one has kicked in. It's come in off the pitch.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of bounce here. You can really see it coming through. That one probably elbow height off just slightly back of a length. And we might go around the grounds for the first time. We'll check in on the Burt Shield final, which sees Burwood Uniting Canterbury play Mount Waverley Catholics. And the Catholics sent Burwood in to bat, and they've lost 2 early wickets. They're 2 for 11 after 7 overs. So a really good start by Mount Waverley. I've got to say, Trinity would be a little bit disappointed to lose Mount Waverley from Burt. But, you know, they're pretty good blokes, so you couldn't hold it against them.
Well, if you're looking to get down to today's ground, there is a tram running along White Horse Road. We have the Route 109 going from Box Hill to Port Melbourne, or Port Melbourne to Box Hill. You can check Tram Tracker for your local stop to see what time you can get on the tram. That is a lovely ball again there by Jake. He's been really consistent, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect from Jake. 3 overs for 3. He's gone for 1 off every over so far.
And 1 was an extra, I believe, in the first over.
It was a little wide, one of them. Must be swing, must be moving that ball around.
He is quite talented. He can do things with the ball that many dream of. As he runs in again. Ooh.
That one's just swayed down leg side and Lawson can't get anything on it, and through the keeper for 1 wide.
It's in the top grades here in the ECA. There are leg side wides for the one-day competition, which does take away my favourite strategy of bowling a leg side maiden. Works well in two-day cricket.
And it's driven away to Mike Sparks at cover. Another dot. Strong offside field here. Looks like, is it 2 slips at the moment? 2 slips and a gully, the point, 2 covers and a mid-off, and on the leg side we've got just the 2 fielders on. And that one's hit the pad and they've snuck through for a single. It's the rain down heavier here. Not enough to bring the players off, but we might be running for cover in a second.
We might have to, but even if this is all the cricket that we've seen today, I think it is quite promising for the Trinity Willison boys here.
Yeah, they've started well. They would be ecstatic to get that first big wicket, and now they'd love to capitalise and get a second one. And sets in, although it does feel a bit set at the moment.
It does feel set, but they have not come off yet, as that is really well done, and someone could have appealed for that, but I believe it was a bump ball. They're deceptive, those ones, aren't they?
They can be. Could have been a crowd catch if we had more than 50 people here. Too intelligent, our supporters.
Most of them are players themselves. As we see the 12th man pull out a rag.
Playing a chance. Ooh, it's just missed by Matt Beach. Throwing it from point. It's hit the batsman after he's through for the single. Good running there. They're looking for singles, looking for opportunities to rotate the strike.
Very proactive batting there by the Northcote fellows. The rain has eased up a little bit now after that 1 minute period of heavier liquid.
It has. I think I'll keep quiet now. I don't want to talk us into any more rain.
As that is well bowled, and it goes straight again to the impenetrable fortress of Matt Veach at point. And that is the end of another over. Have a look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the score currently in this grand final is 1 for 24 after 7 overs.
So things have really calmed down here after that quick start. Ruben Blackmore is 5 off 24. Cody Lawson 1 off 15. Well driven there, straight to mid-on. Jack Raves comfortably fielded.
Then you got training at Thursday, Zach. What was the final message from the coach to his boys before today's big game?
Well, it was a shorter type speech on Thursday than sometimes we've had in the past, but I think the message was we deserve to be in there, but nothing we've done so far gives us the right to win this grand final. We've got to go out and earn it. And I think that really resonated with the boys. They know they've got the job to do today and maybe tomorrow. It's not just going to happen. So it's about fighting for as long as possible and really earning what we've come here to get.
Fantastic words there. I think the boys are really taking that to heart as we see them putting their body on the line early. A lot of dedication in the field.
Well, you can't just turn up to a grand final and expect it to happen. You need to earn it. And Northcote are a team that knows how to win a grand final, Xander. They won coming up from lower grades every year, and they're all the way in the top grade now. That one reared off a length, Xander.
Bit of turf in there. Unsure what the ball's going to do.
Hit a crack, maybe.
Maybe hit a crack on the Astro.
Kenner in again, and it's a bit straighter there. And it goes to Eddie, floats it forward, square leg. He has a shy at the stumps, and it's well backed up. Matt Veach there stopping it, came off Dan Panopoulos as well. They could have ricocheted off one of them and flown to the boundary, but they did a good job there. Matt Veach backing up, the backing up is always required.
Fantastic straight bat there, and he's hit that safely to Jake there at mid-off. I think it really is a balanced start now. I think after the early wicket and the early runs, the momentum tide is in the middle of both these teams.
Yeah, for sure. If Northcote can, bat for another, or get themselves to drinks without losing many wickets, they're going to set a platform to go on with it in the second half.
And that one has kicked up and been straight to Dem for a dot. So at the end of another over, as we have a look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the score is maiden, 1 for 24.
Here's our first maiden of the day, and that's a Cheetah teamwear maiden. I'm sure Capra will be hoping for many Cheetah teamwear maidens today.
Yes, and we'd like to thank our sponsors Cheetah for providing us with comfortable clothing. Get your teamwear at Cheetah. In fact, just get all your clothes at Cheetah.
I only wear Cheetah.
Wouldn't mind investing in some Cheetah suits if Cab is listening out there.
Maybe a tie, Trinity Willison tie.
Trinity Willison tie. I think the boys would get around that. We're not looking for a tie today, Zach. We're looking for a win. Jake comes into bowl again. It's a lovely ball. And it is another dot.
Yeah, it's the Jake Barker line and length there. Never misses.
Never does miss as he continues from this Neil Donaldson stand end. Fantastic start. He bowls well.
As the coach wanders past. Asked him about whether he was nervous before the game. He said he wasn't. Out of his control now. He's done all he can.
He's done all that he can, and it's time for the players to use his teachings and channel their inner John Graves to perform today, as that one was played slightly past a gully there as it snuck through. They've gotten a couple runs. Now, with this kind of weather, Zach, a couple drops, would you say it affects the fielding team or the batting team more?
Well, I think in terms of a wet pitch and a little bit of rain around, the ball can get a bit wet and a bit soft, and it skids on a bit nicer for the batsman. So I think it can actually help the batsman more. The ball, seams around a bit less, but I think given what we know might be coming, if play is delayed for a long time, having to restart your innings again might be more of a factor than the ball getting a bit wet. So I think it could go either way, but I'd rather be bowling today.
And you did bring up the fantastic point before as well, is if there is a break of play today between the two innings, the bowling team get to rest for tomorrow.
For sure, they can come out and bat and be nice and fresh. Could really help people like Nick Sparks with little niggles to get home, have an ice bath, a little massage, maybe a bit of Voltaren gel, and get them nice and ready for tomorrow.
I think you listed possibly all pain solutions in the market as we see the tram go past. I believe that is heading towards Box Hill. So if you're looking to get down, you can Have a look at Tram Tracker to find your local times for the nearest trams.
Jake's just about to finish his 5th over here. Gone for 7.
7. In a grand final, that is huge. He would really enjoy a wicket.
And another nice one, line and length outside off. Left inside it by Lawson, and that is the end of the over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 9 overs have gone in this Macgibbon Shield final, and it's 1 for 26.
As we prepare to resume from the White Horse Road end, Golden Arm Tim McKenna comes into bowl. And they have gone for a run. They might start rethinking that, would they?
Well, it's worked so far. It's great until you get run out. So if they can keep getting away with it, it's a really good way to tick over that scoreboard and you know, get the game moving forward. So I think they'll keep putting the pressure on the fielding team and try to get that run rate up.
And that one has kicked up again. Play and miss. It's gone through the keeper for a dot ball. So I'd like to give a special thanks to the club president, Andrew Hine, for providing me with a chair so we can meet our OH&S standards for a commentating job today.
Yeah, it would have been pretty uncomfortable on the grass all day, I've got to say. Don't think my hips and my knees would have loved it.
No, but that is why we have physio, Zach. As they go for one of those once again, and that has nearly been extremely costly for Northcote.
Yeah, the barbecue was almost out there. It was a yes and then no, and Blackmore Moore got halfway down and had to turn around. It was a shot at the stumps from Matt Veach, but missed wide, and the batsman lived to see another day.
As there is a lot of chirp from the Trinity Willison fan club over there. As Tim comes to bowl again. That is flicked away to square leg for another dot.
Not far off there. One of those misses. The umpire's going to have that finger ready to go. Trinity starting to get on top here a little bit. The run rate's really come down. Jake and Tim are bowling really well. Almost 10 overs gone in this grand final. Here's a chance. Oh, Eddie Thwaites underarms it in just over the stumps, and they get through for another single. It's a good effort, but they're running really well here, Northcote.
They are running really well, but I think it's just as you said, they might keep going until it doesn't work anymore. And I think they might have to talk about that now, because there have been a couple hit and misses this over.
Definitely, there's probably been 3 chances in this over. You probably can't quite live that dangerously for the entire innings and get away with it.
No, especially in a grand final, so vicariously could lead to their demise as the golden arm comes in again. That is well blocked.
And that finishes the 10th over in this Macgibbon Shield Grand Final. As we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is 1 for 28. Both batsmen yet to get themselves their first Bad Shepherd boundary, with Will Hogan the only one to get one to the boundary so far.
Right there, yes. And if you are watching your screens right now, you see there's been a change of bowler from the Neil Donaldson stand end as the 13th man, Charlie Clark, runs off the ground. Replacing the captain, Jake Barker, is Demetrius Panopoulos.
Yes, this is going to be a big point in the game here. Dem has bowled really well to Northcote so far this season, and if he can keep it tight as he has all year, it will really help Trinity. So far, Dem against Northcote, 1 for 19 off 8 earlier in the season, and then later in the season 1 for 12 off 8.
Wow.
So he's going at well less than 3 and over, even 2 and over this year against Northcote. So this is going to be huge for Trinity and Northcote here, really, if whether they're going to let Dem go at 2 and over today, or whether they're going to try and take him on.
I think really early they're going to have to make their decision. They're going to have to say, are we going to attack this man, or are we going to just play it out and respect the balls on their lengths? As we have a look at the field, we have one man outside the inner circle, and that is Mr. Eathwaite over there at Cow. As Dem comes in. And that first ball millimetres away from LBW and leg stump as he steps across, and he just gets a little trickle on it. Down to 45 for a single.
Another good run. This one's wider, cut away, but straight to Matt Veach at his favourite spot, point. So Blackmore more on strike now. Ooh, bit slower that one. Bit of flight, well left, but you know, Dem will be happy to do that all day. Just keep it really tight, make it hard to score. Another quick single there, well run. Bit of hip and shoulder. I don't think Dem's ever going to win a hip and shoulder match, to be honest.
No, I don't think so. However, with footy season around the corner, he's really been talking a lot about footy recently, so he could have been channeling his inner Tiger legend favourites. That one is blocked away and is going straight to Matt Veach again there at the point region. Dem comes into bowl. Well flighted and very well played there as well. And I believe that could potentially be the end of that over as we decide to look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, where the score currently is 1 for 30 after 11 overs.
Good tight start there by Dem. He'll be keen to get on the wicket board today, but you know, the main thing is if he can get through his 8 overs here at 2 or 3 and over, it'll really set up Trinity. Tim McKenna starting another over. That one's shorter. A little bit of a misfield, and they sneak through for a single. Disappointing.
You don't see that very often from Matt Veach, do you?
You don't.
Grand final pressure, that's what we'll pull it up to. He did have that close run-out attempt early as well.
He did. He's definitely in the game there, particularly with a pitch that's bouncing a bit more. There's going to be a lot of cutting today. He'll want to be ready for them.
As that one is fuller there, and that is a meg from the non-striker.
Soaking up some balls, these two. 5 off 29, 8 off 36. They'll want to make it up later.
I do think if we see a runner come out at some point to talk to them, they might be reminded that this is not two-day cricket. As it comes into bowl again. Fuller, and that is flicked away, and that is extremely well fielded there by Eddie Thwaites.
It's a tough one, coming in on the half volley, and he just did really well to get down to it and field it cleanly and stop it getting through for a boundary.
Obviously Mike Sparks run across the screen to show his respect for his teammate Eddie Thwaites there.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. A lot of love these boys have for each other, and I think that is what you have to do when you play at one of the highest grades of park cricket.
For sure, it's a team game. Players don't win premierships, teams do and clubs do. Everyone's been in it together. Well driven there, but straight to Mike at cover.
it has been really hard to penetrate this field set here. Fantastic field setting.
Yeah, it's been good, tight. There's currently one slip and a gully with a point, just the one cover and mid-off, and then on the leg side there's a fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on.
Tim Bowles, that is again, and it is straight to Mike Sparks. A bit of deja vu there.
Starting to get a little bit more expansive with the drives here. Looking to pierce that field. So far, no success.
I'm not sure if you could pick up the chat on the field there, but the non-striker has asked for some water, and some of the Trinity Willison boys made some comments about their running as they go for another run there, and they have gone through.
Well fielded by Tom Clark, but you know, the running between the wickets has been very good. It's really the only way they're scoring at the moment, so they've got to be good with it, and they've got through for another single to end the over, and it's 1 for 32 after 12. Looks like Northcote are running out of Davino Sellers drink here for the batsman. I'd be pretty tired too if I had to run 7 singles, Xander.
Yeah, look, if I have to run 2, I'm just going to leave the ball in my stumps, honestly. Take the break of a week between my performances. But as you are saying, it is smart running on these singles. However, at what point does fatigue come into the mind of the batsman?
Well, given they're playing at the highest synthetic levels, Xander, I hope they'd have a little bit more stamina than us.
That's a fair point. As we see a change in the bowling from the Neil Donaldson stand end, a Ball and Tigers legend, we have David McKenna replacing Demetrius Panopoulos.
Looks like maybe an end swap for Dem, I think, here. I'm not too sure, but usually Dem does bowl in this power play, so maybe they're looking to get him on from the other end. Dave will be looking to be tight here with his little medium paces, few off cutters. Can be tricky customer as that one's short, outside off.
And that is a great throw there by Nick. Middle stump.
Was middle stump. Expect that from the best. Probably unnecessary, in fairness.
But you can't, as a bowler, you can't help it. When you see the stumps, you always do want to see that middle one cartwheeling, whether you're batting, you're bowling, or you're fielding.
Want to adjust his length here, Dave. Probably got away with that one.
As we see a change, Saint coming up to the stumps for Dave now. Someone who's a bit fuller. Fantastic fielding there by the captain. And I think with having a keeper up to the stumps to a seam up bowler, it does restrict the movement around the crease we have been seeing from these two batsmen.
Absolutely, you can't come down the pitch. You've got to stay back in your crease because there's always a stumping chance.
So one a little bit wider.
Got away with that one again. That was there to put away and missed out there. He's got to get a bit fuller here, Dave. The bit of bounce coming through, you can't be quite that short. It will go to the boundary eventually.
Eventually. More often than not it does. But you can see maybe with those bouncy ones, an under edge. But that has been hit away for 4, and that is a bad shepherd boundary. A lovely back foot cut shot.
Yeah, I think it was bound to happen eventually if the bowling stayed that short and wide. One had to get away. He had enough practices at it to get the 4th one away.
Much as you predicted.
Yeah, needs to change his length here really quickly. He might need to bowl some overs today as well with Nick Sparks in a bit of doubt, so you want to get it up. Oh, that might have been an edge.
Might have been an edge off the bat. And I don't think that has gone for 4. I think that has been well chased down there, as the umpires will look towards the fielders as for confirmation.
Yeah, that's runs, and that is the one issue with keeping up to the stumps, is that those edges are much harder to take. Got to be really on your game to get those, and that's the big moment in the game. Ruben Blackmore there, giving a chance. That one's short again, but the change in the field had occurred. Matt Veach had gone out to deep point and stops the boundary there. But a good first over there for Northcote off Dave McKenna. It's gone for 9 runs, and Northcote are up to 1 for 41 off 13 overs on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So no immediate end change for Dem. There's Ander, which I do find a little bit puzzling.
No, but I do think Tim has been bowling quite well, so he might get through his first spell, and then you could see Dem coming on from that White Horse Road end.
Yep, Tim's bowled his 4 overs for just 5. So it's been really tight here. He'll continue. And the Fox is on.
The Fox is on. 5-run penalty for foxing in the field for those unaware. However, when bowling, it is allowed. We see Nick Sparks over here at Deep Fine doing some bowling stretches. See how the body's holding up in case the ball gets thrown his way today, as Tim comes into bowl again.
Oh, and that has hit the edge of the pitch. But Jack has stopped it on the boundary. But they've gone for 2 overthrows and almost missed the keeper again. Bit of carnage there. Probably not the slickest little bit patch there for Trinity. Edge of the pitch, overthrows. Throw came in, it was a bit wild. Tim's not too happy about it.
No, his wonderful bowling figures have taken quite a hit after that, and it's not his fault. I think that is what upsets the bowler the most in those situations. And he comes into bowl again, a bit fuller, well played there, and that will be a dot.
Got to get back on it quickly though. You can't afford to worry about that for too long in these games. Got to get on with the next ball. That was well stopped by Jake at mid-off. That was hit very cleanly.
Batsmen are looking comfortable now. They'll be looking to attack. Tim comes into bowl.
Just short of Dean McGully.
He's done well to smother that one there.
He has. That's the one ball a game that goes to Gully. We've now seen it. But on this pitch, I think with the bounce, I think it's probably not a bad fielding position.
No, it wouldn't be a bad fielding position, but would you think that maybe you'd rather have a short third man or a fly slip in this situation where if it's going to bounce high off the bat, as they've gone up for one, and I don't believe their heart was in it for that appeal. Sane was quite excited there.
He was, but to no avail. I think the short third man or fly slip will come in as the batsmen sort of pick up their attack in the second half of their batting innings. I think early on, while they're still sort of defending and driving, the gully is probably the right position to have, but later in the game, that could become a very important position. Nice ball again, well left by Blackmore Moore of the Ruben variety.
Of the Ruben. If you have a look at the team list, you'll notice there are 3 Blackmore Moores in the team.
There are. Ruben, captain is Vivian and Kiki.
Do you love me? As Golden Arm prepares to come in again.
They could do with a golden arm wicket at the moment.
They could, but the game is still in the balance. I don't think Northcote have really gotten that far away here.
No, but they'd like to break this partnership now. It's just starting to creep up. That one's fuller and driven to mid-on where Jack Graves stops it. And that is the end of the 14th over. As we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is 1 for 44. this is a big moment in the game. We've got a change in the bowler again for the third over in a row, but it is Nick Sparks, who hurt his side last week. He's going to give it a go. This just sort of shows the character of this man. Wants to do what he can for the team, and he is going to attempt to bowl today.
I think he would have been thinking about this a lot during the week, about this moment. We did see last week he was quite disappointed to be brought off early due to his injury, but as you're right, it does show the character of this man. It does show his big heart, and we will see how he goes today.
He loves the club and he wants to do whatever he can to bring home a premiership, and he's going to come on here from the Neil Donaldson stand. First ball is driven by Cody Lawson, but straight to cover when Mike Sparks fields it. The brother duo there. Looks okay so far, Nick. Probably won't bowl at his full pace today. I think he'll be more just trying to hit a line and length. Doesn't want to hurt himself. He knows that he's got a really important job to do with the bat as well. But I think even as a sort of medium pacer, he could be very damaging today. He's such a good bowler. Can nibble it around a little bit. He doesn't have to beat people with pace. He can do it with his other tricks.
No, yes, and you're completely right there. I think what does get wickets more often than not is not the pace, but it's more the area and the consistency. Where we have, with a look at the field, we have two fielders outside the ring as Nick comes into bowl. Wonderful again, and those fielders are a third man and a fine leg. That's really good bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, he's straight into his groove here and hitting that spot, and they'll need that today. Bowling more balls in the right area, making it hard to score off.
And it really will test the batsman's patience here.
Ooh, little edge. Down the third man, Dan fields it. Really good start here by Nick Sparks. He looks okay. Doesn't look too affected by his injury from last week. Sure, he got out to back in motion this week and got it checked out.
And also with the household that he lives in as well, would have had many professional statements on his health and well-being.
Yeah, a few opinions in that household on what the best course of treatment is.
As he comes into bowl. That is well bowled again, as the rain is starting to come down a bit harder now in the suburb of Balwyn.
It is. It might be time for me to have a little look at the radar.
So we have a Zachschleffel Bureau of Meteorology break here. As Nick prepares to come in and bowl again.
There seem to be a few little showers coming in from the west with the bigger band behind it. I can't see us getting through this whole game today, Xander, to be perfectly honest. But it is good that we've at least got the game started. It's evenly poised, and if we do go off for rain, both teams are going to still feel like they're in with a huge chance here.
Yeah, I think you're right. And now we're seeing a change in the bowling. We've got Dem resuming from the other end. So as you said, there would be a bit of a rain swap.
Yeah, the wind will be blowing into his face. Get the off spinner bowling into the wind, and you get the quicker bowlers coming with the wind. I think that's the right tactic.
It would help get the hair out of his eyes as well.
Absolutely. A haircut would also do that, but I've tried many times to suggest that, to no avail.
To no avail.
Finally worked on you, Xander, but Dem's a bit more stubborn.
Well, you were my captain. You did threaten to drop me from the side.
Just throwing my weight around.
Which is it's fair enough. That is what needs to be done when you're in a leadership role. As Dem comes into bowl from the White Horse Road end. Well bowled. And the rain has eased up now.
It's going to be typical Melbourne type weather for the next hour or so. A few showers coming in. They might come across quite quickly. We might get a bit more play. Ooh. That might have been a little arm ball that drifted away and bounced a bit. Lawson hung his bat out there but couldn't quite get any bat onto it. Really nice ball.
Sam comes into bowl again. That one really well flighted there.
It's a man on top of his game at the moment, Dem.
He is.
His variations, he's got lots of them and he's been showing them off at training, and he's going to be a real hard work today. Is that one little leading edge? And it just beats cover, and Tim McKenna picks it up and probably throws to the wrong end, to be honest, and they sneak through for a single, but that was not far off carrying to Mike Sparks at cover.
That was not far off, and you're right there. It's all the variations. You can never get set when Dem's bowling to you. And I know firsthand the amount of torment and pain I've suffered at his hands with those balls that he spins.
He just doesn't give you two of the same thing in a row. You can't get settled. You need to be expecting all different types of balls every over.
And as a batsman, with that in mind, as well as the fatigue from all these singles, you wonder, how long can the batsman last against this kind of bowling attack?
Yeah, well, they've got Cow out, ready for the big slog, just in case. That one's driven through the offside and well stopped by Tim McKenna. It's just a single. So we have Junior Vice President's son jogging past, Alex Norkie. Another star of the famous Under-14C victory last night, Xander.
Yeah, quite a famous Under-14C victory it was. He does claim that he was burnt by his batting partner.
Which in fairness was true. 1 of 5 run-outs for the night.
Yes, I had to give 3 of them.
We've taught them well, Xander, with the running between wickets.
Look, we have taught them quite well, and me being a specialist number 11 batsman, I often say to the kids, look, go big or go home, honestly. None of this singles business. If you're batting, people pay to see boundaries. People pay to see these bad shepherd boundaries or back in motion boundaries. As Nick Sparks will be bowling again from the Neil Donaldson stand end.
It's really good to see Nick Sparks being able to bowl today. Must have done a lot of rehab during the week. A couple of ice baths to get himself up for this. Very impressive. Doing what's required for the team. As it does look pretty ominous from the west now, and look out over the sky. Very grey. Well fielded by Mike Sparks at cover there. Couple of bounces, popped up, hit him on the knee, but he did well to stop it.
He did do quite well to stop it there, and you're right, it is quite ominous here. Just think how much more cricket will the boys get in today?
Look, my bet would be half an hour. Oh, that one's gloved down leg side, and it might race away to the boundary. And it does.
For 4. And that is what we were saying before. When he was keeping up to the stumps, it does restrict coming down the pitch there. But with Nick Sparks bowling, he's keeping back, and Blackmore Moore was able to just sneak that away for 4 runs.
What team are you going?
Blackmore Moore comes across there and tries to noodle one and almost gets a little thin edge on it.
As we apologise for that brief interruption, as we have a fan who is looking maybe at joining Trinity Willison Cricket Club. Happy with the performance he's seen so far from the boys.
Yes, he was wondering who we were. I don't know how he hasn't heard of Trinity Willison, to be honest, Xander.
No, but now he will know, and he will share it with his friends as Nick Sparks comes into bowl. That is well played away and is well picked up there by Matt Veach.
That's a lovely pick up and just a single. Scoreboard's ticking along here though. They're past 50 now. It's the 17th over. The run rate, you know, it's about 3 and over, so they definitely haven't got away. And if we do get the rain that we expect, these boys are going to have to go off, have a break, and come back on and start again. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Nick's just bowling He's focusing more on line and length here. He's definitely restricted somewhat from his injury, but he's doing a really good job for his team here. That's the end of the over. Nick Sparks has 2 overs for 6. Just that glove down leg side in that over, the only boundary. And after 17 overs on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Northcote are 1 for 52. And Dem to resume from the White Horse Road end. I'm pretty keen to call a wicket for Dem here, Xander.
Yeah, so am I. I think he's really bowled really well so far. I think he deserves one as he comes into bowl. That one a bit fuller.
His 2 biggest fans on the commentary box love to call one. That one was just knocked into the leg side, just wide of mid-on, and they get through for a single.
It is promising signs about Blackmore Moore to be able to use his feet against his spinner. So crafty as Demetrius. That one is a bit fuller, and that is flicked away, and that's going to go down to Eddie Thwaites, who's at deep mid-wicket, coming in from the boundary, and they'll get a single there.
I don't think Dem would mind seeing batsmen come down the pitch too, though. I think he'd be pretty confident of sneaking one through and possibly getting a stumping.
As we see him change the field around a little bit, Nick has come out of 45, so there is no longer a 45, and he's pushed around to a quite backward square leg, nearly another 45. If I had my protractor out, I'd be able to tell you the exact angle, but I left it at home.
That one slided outside off and well fielded by Mike Sparks. Yeah, they moved Tom Clark around there to a more sort of regulation mid-wicket to try and stop that single. Don't think Dem like to see those 2 singles in a row. And that one is wider outside off, and it's cut away. But to be honest, the grass is a little bit longer out there, and I thought that was going to fly away for 4, but it's held up and well stopped by Jake Barker there, and they get through for 2.
That is quite a lush area of the ground, the current point region.
Which is not currently home to Matt Veach.
No, it is not.
He's gone to your favourite position, which is sort of a short third man.
And it's gone straight to him.
Right on cue.
Not much does change though between the point and the short third man region. Kind of facing the same bat angle. I mean, I'm used to fielding it fine leg to fine leg, thanks to someone. But
On request?
On request. I've made it my home as Blackmore Moore puts that in the gap between Tom Clark and Jack Graves. They get through for a single as 13th man. Charlie Clark, Tom Clark's brother, comes on.
And that ends the over. Northcote are now 1 for 57 off 18. Dem's 3 overs are gone for 9. Got a bit of thinking to do now, Dem, though. They were well knocking him around there and getting a few singles. Dem will want to try and tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, but this really is a grand final. You can clearly see these are the 2 best teams in the competition right now. No one's getting too far away. It is a constant tussle for momentum. I think it's just going to take one over. It takes one big moment, one big ball for one of these teams to pull away. As Nick comes into bowl again. Fuller. And the captain picks that up. Now, I believe the fielding restrictions were ended quite a while ago. 15 overs?
They were. So Trinity have the ability to have 5 out of the circle if they wish, and they've chosen to, with 3 at the moment. They've got a fine leg, a third man, and also a deep point. They're the 3 on the boundary. They also have a slip, and then a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. So quite a ring field in front of the wicket, and then the 3 on the boundary.
A little bit of a wayward ball there by Nick Sparks.
There is a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground here, so I think that pushed that ball down the leg side. That wind might come up here a bit as the weather sets in. It's well driven by Blackmore Moore, but straight to Mike Sparks at cover.
Yes, if you can hear one of the Trinity Willison fans talking over everyone else, that will be the other Clark, the Clark family in full force today, with Darcy. using his vocal cords per usual.
Yep, you can also always hear when Darcy's within a 2 kilometre radius. Likes to get those vocal cords out and moving around.
He does. I believe he has been approached by the government to act as a fire alarm for any impending warnings to the local communities.
Does that job pay well, Xander?
Oh, look, it's tough. There's a lot of travel, much like a rock star. You got to tour around to the suburbs and different areas. Nick Sparks comes into bowl again, and that has been guided through the cordon, and that will go away for 4 runs. A back in motion boundary there for 4.
Bit of an under edge there, but the slip was wide and it went between Sam Jordan and probably a second slip for a boundary, so that's disappointing. Wasn't a catching chance though. Under edge went straight to ground. But it's just starting to loosen up a bit for Northcote now.
It is.
They're into the 60s. The run rate's creeping up towards 3.5 and over. Trinity starting to need a wicket. Better ball by Nick Sparks there. A little bit close to the body. Cramped the batsman up. He tried to cut, but to no avail.
No avail. I think there is a bit of variation off the pitch as well, as we have seen. A little bit for the bowlers here. Northcote will be having a look at that for when they have to come and bowl.
For sure.
As we have a request from the batsman to move some bystanders. I wonder if they caught the tram here today. As Nick comes into bowl. That one a little bit slower, another variation ball.
Yeah, the off cutter there, I think. Just outside off and well left by Ruben Blackmore-Moore. He's looking quite solid, 29 off 64 balls. He's got himself 3 boundaries in the last 4 or 5 overs.
He's getting his money worth, really. 64 balls. It's more than a bowler can bowl in the one-day competition. 8 overs. As Nick comes in again. Tim with a lovely paddle up to himself, and they get through for another single.
Very good batting here. They're really testing the fielders, knocking it around, putting the pressure on and getting through. Another single to finish the over. Northcote a 1 for 64 off 19 overs on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Dem continues from the White Horse Road end. Starts off with a dot. This is the last over before the Davino Cellars drinks break. They'd love to snare a wicket here.
They would, they really, really would. It's quite a spectacle here today. You can really feel the grand final mood, I think, with the fans here.
Been a bit subdued the last few overs. They're waiting for something to happen, and there's a shot down the ground by Ruben Blackmore-Moore, and it's beaten mid-on, and it's gone away to the boundary for 4 runs. It was in the air for a bit, but it eluded the fielder, and it's another Bad Shepherd boundary for Northcote. Really good shot there. Not without risk.
Not without risk. Millimetres away from Dem there as well. And also Jack, he's just somehow managed to pierce a little gap there.
Jack might have straightened up a little bit at mid-on now. Dem in the bowl again. The quicker one, well defended by Blackmore-Moore. Surely the couple of balls before drinks here, you won't want to be taking a risk Dan might throw something up, be attacking here, see if he can get a leading edge or a little bobble.
That one tossed up, and that has been guided away to short third man for a single.
Yeah, really good batting by Ruben Blackmore-Moore. He's got himself to 35 now.
Past my high school. Then comes into bowl again. One a bit fuller, and that has been smothered. No intent to score there.
And that gets us to the Davino Sellers drinks break. Really pretty even session in the end. Trinity got the big wicket of Will Hogan early, and then Northcote have steadied from there. And after 20 overs on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Northcote United are up to 1 for 69.
Was that you? I should have died. We had a practice. What did they do? Suppose they move it.
Yeah, this doesn't move. I was literally just like, you can't even see what you know, we don't have it.
It'll just paper. I wonder if yeah, brown or ass.
Yeah,
So I was going to say, like, can't really half brown and there's not a lot of editing.
yeah.
So how they going? Like, they got the right equipment to do that.
Yeah, they still games other clubs.
Is that cool?
Yeah, they do like actually like regular.
What do they use like to? Because I've never studied it like they got like the ones they're using.
Yeah, they've got it. Yeah.
It's pretty big too. Like if you're going down to the other pocket in video, it's like
You know, I've been down there for like a minor cup game where Dixon and like Vino was doing it, and they had a big, they had like a tripod with it.
Welcome back to Bourne Park. Here we're halfway through Northcote's innings. They're 1 for 69. And I've got the Aleem Dar out at the moment. Others know it as the radar, and it does look like we're not going to get a heap more play in the short to medium term. There are showers coming through, but the heavier band is not too far behind us. I think we might have a break in play pretty soon, so Trinity would love to get a wicket before we come off the ground, Xander.
Yeah, I think there might be a Auburn Hotel rain delay coming quite soon. But really, it's still anyone's game. Northcote have just started to pull away a little bit, but as I said before, it takes a couple big moments, and then the game will be all for someone. As Tom Clark will be bowling from the Neil Donaldson stand, and he bowled quite well in the semi-final, I think.
He did. He went at 3 and over and really attacked the stumps, and I think he'll need to do that again here today. As we see David Hook has come onto the ground, the 12th man. Maybe Nick Sparks has gone off for a little break for a few overs. But what Northcote have done here, getting through 20 overs only losing 1 wicket, if we do get some rain here, is they've almost turned this second half of their batting innings into a 20-20.
How did they go in the 2020 competition? Do we know? Were they as Trinity Willison played against Mulgrave and Dilshan, I'm sure you were quite familiar with, Zach, in their first game.
I'd like it put on the record that I did not bring it up. Let's have a look. Did Northcote play in the T20 competition? No, they didn't.
They didn't. Well, they'll be looking to see that today as Tom Clark starts quite early with a shout.
Clear inside edge there.
But you do go up for it, especially in a grand final instance.
Well, you just never know.
You never know. You never know.
You don't know if you don't ask.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. As David Hook straight on with the touch. First ball. 12th man DJ Hook and 13th man Charlie Clark has put his whites on. As Tom Clark comes into bowl. A lovely area there again, and that is played away to Mike Sparks there in the cover region. As we look at the field, they've gone for the same field that Nick Sparks had. 3 out. You've got the third man, the fine leg, and would you say it's a deep cover?
Yeah, it's a deep cover point. The one little change they've made is that the second slip's moved out to sort of a backward point. So you've got third man roaming the boundary out there by himself, and then a cover point on the boundary. So they sneak through for another single, or batted by Lawson. They're knocking it around. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the scorer for Trinity Willison today, Tom Walker, doing a fantastic job with his 10-pack colour pen set. He is an excellent scorer, and he's keeping my cricket nice and up to date for us as well.
Special shout out to Tia Walker. Thank you very much as Tom Clark comes to bowl. Oh, a little bit fuller.
Almost snuck that one through. I like this attacking the stumps here. As the rain has started to trickle down again, they'd love to sneak a wicket here. I honestly can't see us lasting too much longer, so it would be great if they could attack the stumps here and get a breakthrough before they go off.
A little fuller and a bit of aggression shown there by Tom Clark.
Yeah, I like it. Shaped up to throw it. Cause Blackmore Moore to turn around and get back in his crease.
A true fast bowler. That's the sign of a true fast bowler. The aggression, the intensity.
Absolutely. Surprised he didn't throw it, to be honest.
Couldn't afford any overthrows.
It really looks like it's closing in now, the rain. Its visibility starting to reduce out to our west. As Tom Clark finishes that over. It's another over that they've sucked out of the game here for Trinity, which I think is really good if they can sneak through a couple more before it rains. Northcote are 1 for 71 after 21. Tom Clark's first over goes for 2.
The first ball there by Dem. Lovely bowl, play and miss. Millimetres away from an edge there, you'd have to say.
Back himself in here. I think boys know that rain's not far away. They'd love to get a wicket. Covers come in. Mike Sparks is definitely catching cover now. They're really pressing for a wicket here before the rain break. Them in again, flights it outside, and there's an edge, and it's beaten the keeper and beaten short third man, and they snuck through for a single, much like last week. A couple of those edges that Dem got that balloon, but just evaded all the fielders. That was very close there, but they get through for a single. That brings Ruben Blackmore back on, in place. And the cow, everyone else saving a single. Them in again, flatter. There's a bit of an inside edge, loop everything, squirts out to backward square. Tom Clark does the mopping up.
Yeah, the rain really is starting to come down now. I think you were right with your prediction before. Not much time left here. As Dem puts one a bit fuller. 12th man, DJ Hook has dived to stop that one.
Dem's really pressing here. Been a good over. He's had a half chance. He'd love to break through here. It's looking very ominous. And that one's full and straight and knocked away to mid wicket to end the over. That was a really good over by Dem. Just that one edge off it, and after 22 overs, Northcote are 1 for 72.
I think the umpires are looking to convene here and have a bit of a discussion about what they are to do with the current weather situation.
They have a reserve day, Xana, so
They do have a reserve day.
I don't really see the point of putting the players in danger here. It's starting to get pretty wet. Wouldn't want anyone slipping. This rain is definitely going to set in at some point, so I think it's just a matter of time here. They're just delaying the inevitable.
As Tom comes into bowl, really well bowled there. Fantastic start to the over.
You just see a little bit of slipping and sliding. It always concerns me, Xander, as an injury-prone man that I am. Don't like to see, the potential for a slip here.
No, especially for the slipping and sliding when it's not 40 degrees out and you're in the front yard. It's not preferred, especially on the cricket pitch, as Tom Clark bowls another one in the same area. Really well done and fantastic backing up there by Jack.
Yeah, you can see he's really attacking the stumps here. Really making them play at every ball, which I like. He's doing a good job to keep them out, but he's not doing a lot of attacking at the moment. Another full ball, a little bit wider, driven away, stopped by Tim McKenna, mid-off.
Fantastic execution there by Tom Clark with the current field set. That is where they want him to bowl, I believe. As the batters meet in the middle.
Barking again, on the pads again, quite full. Well fielded by Jake Barker, mid-wicket. Another dot ball.
And for those on the tram heading towards Port Melbourne, if you're coming down, I'd advise maybe you stay on and come back tomorrow, given the current weather situation. You can look at this on Frogbox, which you will be if you're hearing my voice, as Tom Clark comes into bowl.
And look, Lawson squirts one away through the cover region for a single. Gets himself off strike with one ball to go in the over. This is a big ball here, I think, for Tom Clark. Can't give them a loose one here. Would like to finish the over with a dot for another tight over. And that's full outside off and driven, but it was got a good hand on it there, Mike Sparks, and saved what would have been a boundary. It's gone out to Matt Veach at that sweeping position for a single. And it's the end of the 23rd over. Northcote 1 for 74 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Dam set to continue from the White Horse Road end. Coming in now. One's a bit quicker, and Blackmore knocks it into the offside for no run. Love to see one really flighted up here by Dem. Really tempt the batsman into a big shot and see if he can sneak a wicket. That one was a bit shorter. Knocked into the leg side there by Blackmore. And they get away with a single.
Yeah, you've been right with what you're saying. A lot of singles being run here. That is what you have to do when it comes to this kind of cricket. It's hard to find boundaries. So you have to capitalise how you are going to get runs. I think they're doing a very good job of it as we have a change in the field. David Hook pushing around to a regulation mid-wicket to stop that, and that is fantastic there. Straight into action, the plan.
Good field change there by Dem and Jake. Trying to block up that mid-wicket single that they've been getting quite a lot. Dem flatter one, and it's just knocked into the leg side for another single. It's a little bit frustrating for a bowler. Nothing worse than 2 or 3 singles and over. You like to bowl to the same bowler for the whole over, and they've done a really good job of rotating the strike here. This is why they're in the grand final, Xander.
This is very true as we see a change in the field. Jack pushing out to long on to follow. And again, another single. You're right, it is frustrating as a bowler, given I am a bowler. I'd rather get hit for a boundary over my head off a bad ball than have him sneak through for a single off a lovely ball.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see Dem bowl this little arm ball that chafes away here and see if you can get a leading edge off these noodles around the corner. That one's full in the block hole, defended away. And that finishes the over. You know, Dem's bowling tight here. They're only scoring runs off little singles. Dem's now bowled 6 overs for 18, and Northcote 1 for 77 off 24. Tom Clark to continue from the Neil Donaldson stand end. One is on the pads, must have pitched outside leg.
Yeah, Tom didn't go up for that one.
No, it can't have been anywhere near out if Tom didn't go up for the appeal there. He'd usually appeal if it hit the pitch, to be honest, so can't have been very close at all, that one.
No. When you're in the moment, sometimes you just go up for everything. You never know, as you've said before, as Tom comes into bowl again. I want a bit fuller.
Gets away with that one. 4 to us, they'd be saying. Driven down the ground, but well stopped by Tim McKenna. Trinity have done a good job after the drinks break. They're just sort of soaking up some overs here, and really, I think everyone's sort of just waiting for this rain to stop the game, but every over they get through here, it only going 2 or 3 and over, is a win for Trinity. It's one less they've got at the end. As that one is pulled away very nicely by Ruben Blackmore for a boundary. Right on cue. That's a big shot, Xander.
That is a massive, massive shot there for a back in motion boundary. That goes over the field. I lost it there, I will admit.
Yeah, the visibility's not great here, and that one went between mid-wicket and square leg. Wasn't that short, that one?
No, it really wasn't, but that just shows how set the batsmen are here and how big one wicket could be for Trinity Willison. As Tom comes to bowl again. And he's going again over, and that looks like it will be 6 runs. Same kind of shot there for a back in motion boundary.
It was a little bit full of that one, and it was hooked away onto the leg side to where a cow would be. and it's gone for 6 runs, and that brings Ruben Blackmore up to 49.
Up to
One
49.
away from a grand final 50, and that has prompted a change in the field. Jake has put 12th man David Hook to sit on the mid-wicket boundary.
As we can hear the visible wetness on the pitch. That's the correct term to describe what we're hearing around here at ringside. It is quite wet out there.
Yeah, a bit of squelch in that one there.
I think squelch is the correct term.
This overs changed the game a little bit. We were just talking about how they were getting through some overs before the rain. This one has gone for 10 now. That one's driven away on
There's
the
a
side.
fuller one, and that is a 50. An Auburn Hotel 50 there.
Really well batted by Ruben Blackmore more. He started slowly, got himself into the game, and he's really starting to accelerate now with 5 boundaries and a 6. His 50 comes in 87 balls. It's been an important innings.
It's been quite an important innings. I think there were only a couple chances we saw earlier that top edge through the slips, as well as one that went through the keeper as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Had that one off Dave McKenna. Would have been a tough catch for Sam Jordan, but he survived and he's got himself to 50. And that ends the over. And he's back on strike now to face Dem.
Dem would love to see the back of him as Dem comes to bowl. And he flicks that away into the vacant square leg region. David Hook running from mid-wicket, and they are not going to run on the 12th man's arm. He's in the side for his fielding, among other things.
Well, yeah, you tend to pick your best fielder as 12th man in the finals, because if anyone goes off, we're going to have someone that's really excels in that position. David's a great fielder, and he's showing by here he's got some work to do in important positions.
And yet again, another subtle tap for a single. Now, would you think the Trinity Willison batsmen will be looking at this and looking to employ the same kind of strategy when it comes to chasing?
Yeah, well, you've got to learn from what they've seen from Northcote here today. They've really put the pressure on in the field, and that would be 30 or 40 singles now, all just little nudges around in the field, and it's worked very well.
As there was a faster one, they go up, but Dem does not go up for that one.
Big inside edge there. That was the quicker ball on the pads. Blackmore tried to knock it away into the leg side, but got a big inside edge on it, which saved the day for him. That's flighted outside off. Big drive comes out, but under edge doesn't get off the pitch. I really want to see Dem flight one up here on the stumps and see if he can get that big shot out and see if someone on the boundary could take a catch.
Put the batsman under test as he hit that up. That has gone over. Jack is looking to chase there, and Jack with the slide, but that has gone for 4.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. You saw that the two fielders were out on the leg side, and he's hit that over mid-off for 4 runs. Really solid shot there. He's starting to get into his game now, moving through the 50s.
As we take another change in the field, we have a long off and a long on now, as Dem looks to bowl again. Gives him another full one. Jake stopping that one in the covers.
Probably gets away with that one, to be honest. That could have been put away, but Blackmore gets himself back on strike for the next over. He's really starting to accelerate now and putting Northcote into a pretty good position. 1 for 95 off 26 overs.
They really are pushing up the run rate now. And as you were saying, I think Trinity Willison really need a wicket, maybe a couple quick ones here.
Even the rain break, anything to
Even
to
the rain
slow
break.
this game down now. Blackmore's really starting to impose himself. I do need a wicket. I do feel like this is a huge over in the game. Blackmore took a liking on Tom Clark for a couple balls the last over. They've got the man out there now, so that shot would come with a little bit more risk, but you can get another one away here. Oh, it's the full toss, but it's swing and a miss.
And we apologise for any motion sickness being caused It's quite windy here. Bit of wind, bit of rain.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look around the grounds in the Burt Grand Final. Burt United and Canterbury have made their way to 3 for 49 off 28 overs, going up less than 2 and over, with the captain Hillier 24 off 84 runs. They're out on a big ground at Columbia Park, but they're going to have to get moving.
They will have to get moving. I think it is hard though to defend a low score. Oh, sorry, to chase a low score in grand finals. I've seen crazy things happen.
Score on the board in the grand final can bring pressure.
It can bring pressure, and here in this current situation, Trinity Willison looking for a wicket, looking for anything really. I think they were planning on having a rain break perhaps to have stopped the momentum, but it looks like, much as we know from Melbourne's weather, it has not gone according to the meteorologists yet.
Honestly, looking at the radar, wonder how we're not all sitting in the rooms right now watching it rain very heavily, because the radar is very blue and it does look like it should be setting in any moment. So we'll keep an eye on it, but it can't be too far off here, to be honest.
Let's time with another one, and we can hear those squelching sounds that we discussed earlier. And I've gone through for another single, a lot of singles here. I would love to see some sort of wagon wheel.
Yeah, well, Trinity have sort of changed the tactic now with Blackmore Moore getting going. They're dropping more fielders back and trying to stop that boundary and getting them off strike, and I do like that tactic. Wilson's been a lot quieter with the scoring and just looking to knock it around. And he's doing a good job of it. But they're just trying to stop the boundaries from Blackmore Moore now, because if he can continue to find that boundary, their score's going to start going up very quickly here.
Yeah, and I think that is the right tactic to employ in this kind of situation. Now that they weren't able to build on those early wickets, it's really about restricting the runs and giving faith to your batsmen, who most of them didn't even get a go last week.
Yeah, they'll be fresh, that's for sure.
As Tom runs into bowl again. That's a lovely drive. That might slow up in the grass a little bit. And it has slowed up a fair bit, almost to a complete stop, giving Tim enough time to chase that one down.
We need to remember now the ground's a little bit wet. There'd be water on top, and that's also slowing the ball down a bit. That's another good over for Northcote.
As we check the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the score in this grand final is 1 for 101 after 27 overs, with Dempanopoulos to bowl his last over, potentially. Yes, that was correct.
I'm calling it here, Xander. I'm feeling a wicket in this over.
You are feeling it. Can you smell a wicket?
I can smell it.
And
it's
what,
in the air.
and what does it smell like? Tell me.
It smells like victory.
It
Xander.
smells like victory. Surprised it didn't smell like the oil from McDonald's on Whitehorse Road. Dawn's Baldwin. If you need a snack, breakfast, lunch, dinner, late nights, open 24/7. McDonald's Baldwin. As Dan bowling from the Whitehorse Road end.
Xander's clearly looking for some free maccas.
Wonderful dot. I will take sponsorship deals, as that is well bowled. I think a wicket or a maiden here.
To be honest, I would have probably blocked up that leg side and stopped that little cheeky single they've been going for all day.
As we talk about that one, he's going to flick across. A bit of a mix-up. Oh, they've gone for the wrong end. But that doesn't matter because they've gotten the run out.
And it's the big wicket of Blackmore Moore. It looked like that David Hook picked the wrong end there, as both batsmen were together 3/4 of the way down the pitch. But David Hook has got it in and run out Ruben Blackmore Moore. What a big wicket, Xander.
What a massive, massive wicket. He batted extremely well, but you can see the non-striker is not happy there. A bit disappointed in himself, maybe wishing it was him.
Yeah, well, you know, if I was sacrificing one in that partnership, I would have been sacrificing Lawson. That is a huge moment in this game. That could be a turning point. And I did sniff a wicket.
You did sniff a wicket, but that is very, very well batted there by Blackmore Moore. One of them.
He's made 60 there, Ruben. That was a really good innings, and to be honest, in those last 10 overs, didn't really look like they were going to get him out any other way than run out. So we have been talking about some of their tight singles that they've been taking, and finally it comes unstuck and it brings the big wickets.
That was fantastic. Tree Company wicket there. So the score moves to 2 for 101.
Well, Xander, I'm excited. Trinity needed that wicket, and that's going to bring a change in the game here. It'll be interesting to see how Northcote approach this. They've got just over 12 overs to go, still 8 wickets in the shed, so they don't have a heap of time here. They're going to have to get going. What do you think's past score today?
Look, at the start of the day, I would have said maybe 160, 170 could be par on this ground. It is quite slow, but Northcote have done a lot of singles, so quite frankly, Zach, I have no idea.
No, and you know, this could go one of two ways here. There could be a flurry of wickets here and Trinity come right back in it, or Northcote could get going here and really get up to a big score of somewhere around 200. As the new batsman, one Blackmore goes out, one Blackmore comes in. This is the captain, Vivian. Vivian's made 324 runs for the season at an average of 29. He's also taken 19 wickets at 15. These Blackmore boys can do everything.
They can do everything with style, I've been told. As that was a fantastic Tree Company wicket there.
It was, that was a huge one. It was great to see the 12th man, DJ Hook, impose himself on this grand final and cause a run out.
And quite a big one as well. It was the wicket they were looking for. And I think here you were right. They do need to start going for it. And this is where Dem could maybe sneak a wicket here.
He's got 2 balls left in his spell. Comes in again, flights it up, bit fuller, defended away. Dem nicely stops it. This is last ball of this spell now. They brought mid on up.
But they have
Tempting
kept
him to
Cow
go
out.
over the top, but Cow is still out.
And that is left. And that is the end of Dem's spell. He's bowled quite well.
It was a good spell by Dem today. He finished his 8 overs for 27. Couldn't get a breakthrough, unfortunately, but you know, kept it really tight. Most of the scoring were just singles on the leg side. And he's done for the day.
As we check the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the score is 2 for 103 after 28 overs.
So if you think about it now, 12 overs to go. They'd like somewhere around 8 and over from here would be really nice. That's close to 100, which would get them up to 200. So, you know, I think it's going to be a really important phase of the game here. If Trinity can slow the scoring rate down for the next 4 or 5 overs and even nab another wicket or 2, they'll feel like they're right back in it and even on top.
I agree with that statement. Look, like I said before, when it comes to this part of the game, if you can just restrict as many runs as possible, and you're looking at a team tasting maybe 150, which is very achievable with the class of batsmen. As that is flicked away wonderfully. He's beaten the square leg man, but he's gone there and he has stopped it on the boundary there, the captain, Jake Barker.
Yeah, every run you can save now means they've got to find one more near the end of the innings. So they'll probably give themselves a little bit of time here, just 2 or 3 overs. Vivian will be wanting to get himself in, but he's not going to have too long because there's still lots of wickets in the shed and they do want to get up to a competitive total.
As Tom Clark bowls that one, and that is driven straight to mid-off for a dot.
Who do you think we'll see replacing them at the White Horse Road end, Xander?
I think maybe you could see Mike Sparks coming back in unless they want to save him for the end and maybe give D-Mac another go. Or the Golden Arm could finish his overs as well.
He could, I think Mike Sparks might be an option here. He's done a really good job quite a few times this year bowling in the last 10 overs. It'll be a little bit harder with a slippery ball though. It'll be interesting to see where they go here. It's going to be a big decision for Jake.
And Jake also has his overs left as well.
Absolutely.
As Tom runs into bowl. Bit of a fuller one. That might slow up again. It's going to be a chase for the Golden Arm. He stops it. And they were eager to run a 2 there, but they have not done that. Sorry, they're eager to run a 3rd one there, but they have not done that. As I was well chased there by Tim McKenna. As Tom Clark continues here. And that is flicked away again, and that is beaten David Hook, who will be chasing that 12th man, and he runs after it. He has gone for the dive. He has stopped it, I believe. Fantastic effort there by the 12th man with a wonderful throw.
That was great fielding there by David Hook. That's why he's in the team. That was a big chase to the boundary, and he slid and stopped it and gone into the fence there, but he's saved a run. Really good.
And you were right there. That is why they've picked him for the 12th man. And the 13th man, could he be even better than the 12th man?
Well, I do rate Charlie Clark's fielding very highly. Mr. Fix-It, you can put him anywhere. Hasn't been needed so far, but he's done a good job with the helmet, coming on and off.
He has done quite a good job. And as we discussed, I believe the Golden Arm will be continuing his spell from the White Horse Road end.
The Golden Arm is back. And we really do need a wicket from the Golden Arm here. So far, Tim McKenna has bowled 5 overs with 1 maiden for just 8 runs.
The one Cheetah teamwear wicket maiden. Sorry, not wicket maiden.
Just the maiden.
Just the maiden. I got a bit excited there.
We could do with the Cheetah teamwear wicket maiden right now, Xander.
What we could do is Cheetah have done quite well to keep us warm today. It's really cold out here. Thank you to Cheetah. The Golden Arm runs in. And is driven straight to mid-off for a dot. What is the sign for gold on the periodic table?
Well, that's testing my Year 10 chemistry, Xander. Is it AU?
Is it AU? I think you could be on there as we have a look on the internet, because I don't know either. As the Golden Arm prepares to run in again. And that is really well flicked into the gap, and the man out from Cow will try to run for it, as it is AU, correct. With an atomic number of 79, and the state at 20 degrees is solid.
It's a big period in the game here. Need another wicket, Trinity, I think. Try to get into that middle order, put the pressure on to find quick runs. Wickets are the best thing to slow down the scoring rate. Getting new batsmen in.
There's a bit of a fuller one again, that is flicked, but they do not run a single on that one. Would they have gone for it if Blackmore Moore, the other one, was still batting there?
As we have the tree company man himself, Carl Della Riva, wandering past. Maybe not enjoying getting a bit wet, going to hide under cover.
The true sign of a man is his footwear when it's raining, and he's gone with the thongs.
Thongs and shorts.
Thongs and shorts.
T-shirt. As a change to the field, they had 2 covers, but they brought one across into that mid-wicket region. There's now mid-wicket and a front of square leg. Oh, big swing and a miss there. That jumped off the length. No bat on it. It's gone through to the keeper.
I'm quite surprised that we haven't stopped play at all today yet.
It's constant, but it's not really heavy at the moment. So the umpires have been satisfied enough that it's not dangerous, and we've got on with the game.
I know I would have been putting extra oomph into my slides to highlight the fact that he's dangerous to bowl on.
Yes, we've utilised 13th man Charlie Clark in that role a few times.
We have.
Shown how far you can slide.
And he does a job most often than not.
Absolutely.
As Tim bowling really well so far. He's continuing from his fantastic first spell of bowling to charges into bowl. And that is driven. The captain has stopped that at mid-off, and they get through for a single, and that is the end of another over. As we take a look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the score in this grand final for Macgibbon is currently 2 for 113 after 30 overs.
Yep, so 10 overs to go.
The red zone.
It is. This is crunch time.
This is crunch time. 10 overs as David Hook is exiting the arena, the Gladiator Arena, after a fantastic stint, being really pivotal in that massive run out there the 12th man was.
Yeah, he's caused a run out, he's stopped a couple of boundaries, had a couple of chances. It's been a good spell for him. Great to have him in the team today as Charlie Clark runs on a helmet, as we've got a change in the bowling from the Neil Donaldson stand end. It is Magic Man Mike Sparks.
We saw last week he came on, took 3 massive wickets.
He did, and he's going to be needed again here today. I think with Nick Sparks probably not at his quickest today with his little injury from last week. There's a death bowler option that they need to find, and it looks like it could be Mike Sparks from this end. He's going to have to bowl a really good spell here. Starts with a 4-1, straight to cover, well stopped by Tom Clark. This is the game in the next 10 overs. We're going to find out a lot about which team is going to be in front, because if Northcote can get 80 or 90 off it and get up towards 200, then they're going to be right on top. But if Trinity can pull it back here with some wickets and keep it at 160 or 170, then they're going to feel really confident about chasing this down.
I agree. And as we've said many times, it is the first versus second team here, the greatest batsmen, the greatest bowlers of this competition. And we're really seeing them shine in both of these roles today. As Mike comes into bowl again, I want a bit shorter. That has been hit back and away. That is a fantastic stop there.
Yeah, Matt Veach did really well to stop it, but he's propelled it about 25 metres forward. And David McKenna had to go running after it, but he saved a run there, Matt Veach. Really good effort to chase that down.
Well, I'm just a little bit too short there as Mike comes in again.
Oh, another play and miss. There's 2 in the over now. It's really tough to face, Mike Sparks. He bowls quite quickly, round the wicket, quite skiddy. It's not easy. You know what else isn't easy, Xander? Telling these 2 batsmen apart. Very similar. I believe that, you know what? I have no idea. This is Blackmore more on strike now, the captain. And he's left another one outside off. I think he'll be facing quite a lot of Mike in the rest of these last 10 overs.
Yeah, I do think so. And as we're talking about Mike's bowling, he really has become the modern spinner. As we've seen on TV with a lot of the children watching more Big Bash. It's been a lot of focus on just getting it in those areas. So I do think that his bowling will be really important in this situation. The modern spin bowler.
Two for 106. 9 overs to go. Tim McKenna is continuing from the White Horse Road end. 2 overs to go in his spell. That one short outside off, plain miss.
That was well adjusted. The batsman there did take a couple steps towards Tim there. Perhaps a little bit too early, as he was able to adjust quite quickly there. As the Golden Arm runs into bowl again.
Oh, and they've got through for a cheeky single. Nick Sparks was at cover, but he didn't quite pick it up cleanly, and This has been really the story of the day, the running between the wickets. Apart from that one big lapse where they ran out the set batsman, you know, it's probably gained them 30 runs today, and it's been really important in getting to this target at the moment.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And with the weather getting harder and harder, especially to pick up the ball, it's going to really see how Northcote do with the fielding if Trinity Willison employs the same kind of strategy, as that one is hit to mid-off straight to captain Jake Barker for a dot.
Another playing miss outside off. That bounce again, just beating the batsman.
And we were talking earlier about the previous Frog Hollow pitch. Tim McKenna did bowl on that pitch quite often.
Absolutely be familiar with bouncy pitches, and
So he would be quite familiar.
Blackmore has played and missed another one. He's 5 off 11, but you can tell that he's trying to up the ante at the moment. And that one is pulled away into the leg side, but just for the single. Eddie Thwaites does a good job out there.
The ball is getting harder and harder to grab and to hold in the hands.
Must be a cake of soap at the moment.
Cake of soap. Haven't heard that one before. The soaps that I usually get are in the variety of the bar form, a bar of soap.
It's caught, and there's a wicket. Tim McKenna, another short one outside off, and there's an edge through to the keeper, and Saint gets it on the second grab. Xander, huge wicket.
Huge Tree Company wicket there. The second grab, the paddle up. It, as we were just discussing, a cake, a bar, any soap form. It is quite slippery out there, and Saint did so well to hold on to that one. And there's a third wicket for Trinity Willison.
I think that is Lawson. 32 for Lawson off 81 balls. He wasn't doing a lot of damage though, so it'll be interesting to see what happens now with the new batsman coming in, but that is another wicket to Trinity. Nice catch on the second grab with the cake of soap there by Sam Jordan.
And the golden arm gets a breakthrough. That's a good way to end the over. As we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the score after 31 overs is after 32 overs, it is 3 for 118.
So just 8 overs to go now. Trinity have done a good job the last couple of overs of keeping those boundaries down. It's really about the boundaries now. The singles are good, but you know, because of that reasonably slow patch in the middle, they really have to accelerate now to get them to a score that they'd be happy with.
And this is what it does come down to. They do have some wickets in the shed, and they're going to have to try and attack some of these bowlers, but we're going to see what the execution is like by the Trinity Willison bowlers as Mike starts, and that is a fantastic ball. The intent is there to swing at it, but it has gone through for a dot.
It is, and while the other bowlers are getting bounced here, Mike's skidding it through, and it's going to be hard to hit into that offside. That one's gone over the top of mid-on, and it's gone away to the boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot. Jack Graves can't stop it before it gets to the boundary for 4.
Unfortunately. And they have pushed Jack Graves out now in front of the commentary box down at a long on position.
Jack's had a bit of work to do today. Done a lot of boundary riding. He's just informed us he hasn't stopped anything, but these next 8 overs are going to be huge. I reckon he can get himself in the game, as that's a lovely drive through the covers.
But it's going to slow up there as well. Fantastic fielding there. down there in the lush bit of grass over there.
Yeah, Tim McKenna's had to do quite a few chases to boundary from mid-off, and that was a great slide.
That was a fantastic slide. As I said before, I'm so envious of these players out here today, not just because it's a grand final, because of how beautiful the ground is to slide on. I do love sliding around.
Blackmore getting going a bit now. He's up to 12. 3 for 124. Like it again. That was well stopped by Dem at 45. If he got through there, it would have gone away for 2 or 3 runs, but he's managed to stop it and keep it at 1 and gets the new man on strike.
Quite vocal there, the supporters.
Oh, let's get into the big part of the game here. As the new batsman managed to knock it away into the offside for a single to get Blackmore back on strike. Still waiting for Mike Cricket to tell us who the new batsman is. It is Moran. Marcel Moran. He's made 185 runs this year at an average of 18.
Famous Melbourne name, Moran. As he plays that one, and that is well fielded down there on the boundary, and there's a slip. As we're saying, it is quite wet out here, and one of the batsmen has slipped over.
Yeah, that was Blackmore trying to come back for 2, but couldn't get his feet grounded, and he's gone over, and it's stopped him getting back for 2. But that means he retains the strike here as we end another over. These next 7 overs, predicting a bit of carnage, bit of everything.
Bit of everything. Which is what we are here to see. A couple of Tree Company wickets, maybe a couple of bad chip boundaries. We will see what happens as we get further into the crunch time.
And Tim McKenna's on to bowl his last over now. He's bowled 7 overs so far today, 1 Tree Company wicket for just 12 runs. So it'd be great if he could finish his spell off here with another tight one. And then that will leave Jake with 3 overs to bowl, possibly from that end, with Mike staying at this end. It'll be interesting to see how Jake finishes the last 6, but it would make sense if Jake takes over from Tim from the Whitehorse Road end. So we've got Nick Sparks going back to a deep cover boundary. We've also got a deep mid wicket, a long on, and a fine leg. As Blackmore chips one into the offside, and it falls between cover and deep cover for a single.
The cries of catch ring out here at Bourne Park.
A little bit lucky there, a bit of a thick edge, but landed safely.
And we have a change of the field. Nick Sparks coming up from the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, they won't want to give Moran an easy single out there. He's the new batsman. They'll be trying to soak up as many balls as possible from this end and keep Blackmore off strike.
And that is fantastic. Blackmore was eager to get on strike there. An early yes call.
He was, and technically his call, but he was sent back by Moran.
Which end would you be thrown to in that situation? Closest end or the furthest end?
I reckon Blackmore might have made that, so I probably would have gone to the other end, given Moran hadn't moved.
Thank you for your insight. So Tim bowls that one. Well flicked. And it goes past Dem. And there's a mix-up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
As there has been a mix-up, and there is a wicket there for Trinity Willison. All the running, you can't rely on the running sometimes. And the weather conditions could come into play there, as unfortunately there is a wicket, a Tree Company wicket for Trinity Willison. As who has been run out there?
I think it's Moran. It was that everything happened that ball. The ball was played out to deep mid wicket. Eddie fumbled it. It was the old Fox fumble.
The old Fox fumble.
Both batsmen ended up in the middle of the pitch and then at the other end, and it was a fight to who was going to get run out, and it was the sensible decision in the end. The captain staying in his crease and Moran being run out. And there's the 4th wicket on the scoreboard, and the boys were really excited about that one.
They were quite excited. But yes, I do believe that was true. The more sensible decision, keep the captain in. Unfortunately, Moran has to depart. And Trinity Willison will be happy with that Tree Company wicket there.
absolutely. It was a comedy of errors, to be honest. A little misfield, but you see quite often a misfield brings a run that you shouldn't take, and that it bought a wicket, and that's a big one for Trinity. Looks like Fernando might be the new batsman. He can hit some bombs. As we have a look around the grounds, have a look at the Burt Shield score. Burwood Uniting Canterbury, after 35 overs, are 7 for 62 against Mount Waverley Catholics. It would be an enormous shock if Mount Waverley were to find their way into Macgibbon next year, but they're right on top.
They are right on top. However, as we've said before, low totals are hard to chase, as that has hit him in front, but it is sliding down leg side, I believe, from my angle, which is slightly askew.
Yeah, I think that was a good call by the umpire. It did look like it was sliding.
But he hasn't called it leg bias.
He hasn't. Maybe a bit of an edge on it as well. Worth the shout, you never know, but...
You never know. But fantastic there by Tim. Again, the golden arm always in play. He is solid at 20 degrees.
And you know what, Xander? They're just 3 run-outs away from getting up to how many run-outs our under-14Cs had last night.
That is true, that is true. Now, if our under-14Cs are listening, your coaches are very proud of your win. As that is really well bowled again, and the golden arm, he's raring, he's happy. And that is his spell done. Fantastic there by him. As we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard here in this grand final, and Tim's figures 1 for 13 with that cheetah teamwear maiden, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard reads 4 for 129.
Yeah, it was a fantastic spell by Tim McKenna. He's really done what the team needed there. He's gone to his 8 and 2 and over, and you know, that's really helped Trinity get themselves into a position here where they can keep Northcote down to a score about 160 or 170 as we have a change in the bowling, Xander.
Yes, the captain, Jake Barker, after his fantastic first spell, will be taking the overs from this end.
He will, he must like this end of the ground. Put himself back on here. He's got 4 men on the boundary. He's got a 3rd man, a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, and Jack Graves is at mid on, long on, right in front of us on the boundary here. I'll be feeling pretty happy about where the team's sitting at the moment with just 6 overs to go, but it's a big 6 overs in the game.
This is a big 6 overs as Jake comes into bowl.
Blackmore gets through for a single there. Mike Sparks was told to hold the ball, and that brings change on strike. As Fernando to face again. Fernando, 247 runs for him this year at an average of 22, and he's also taken 29 wickets at 14, so another one of these all-rounders.
That's where it's at. It looks like there's a lot of business to be an all-rounder in the cricketing world.
Particularly in one day is very handy if you can bat and bowl. And Fernando's gone, tried to go big down the ground. Jack Graves has picked it up and thrown it in and hit the stumps, but they've got through for 2.
Fantastic throw there by Jack Graves.
Was a good throw. They'd be a little bit disappointed that they got back for a second there. It wasn't very well hit though. He had to run in about 30 metres, pick up and throw, and that was enough for Blackmore to get back down to the non-striker's end.
No, yes, a lesser man would have either fallen over or thrown it over Jake's head. But that was fantastic fielding there by Jack Graves. As Jake looks to make a change in the field, he's going to bring up the fine leg man. Is that Dem, fine leg?
That is Dem at his favourite position.
Yes, he's taking a page out of my book there at fine leg. Took 7 catches there in under 14s. Under 12s, apologies.
And it looks like mid off is going back. Tim McKenna going back to long on, long off.
Looks like the plan here is to stop the boundaries.
Yeah, I think bowl full and straight, make him hit to the longer boundary down the ground.
And he has flicked that to square leg to Nick Sparks for a single.
That brings the captain back on strike here, and he'll be looking to go now. He's got himself there in with just 5.5 overs to go, and he's not going to have much more time here to look at them. He's got to start getting a move on.
I've got a bit of cap on cap action. This is where the tactical genius of both captains will shine as Jake comes into bowl.
Sam Jordan goes for an appeal there. Pretty optimistic if you ask me.
But as you have said before, you don't know if you don't ask. That was probably too high and perhaps sliding, but it's worth the shout.
Yeah, if there was a set to the right that was also up a set in the air, then he might have been a chance there, but they sneak through for a single and it gets Fernando back on strike.
Jake comes into bowl.
Oh!
Has been flicked.
There's a helicopter shot. Eddie Thwaites is out there and he's dropped it.
He has dropped it, unfortunately, as the Northcote fanboys.
They love that one.
They love that. They let him know. It is hard to hold it out there.
It's so slippery, the ball. Would have been very hard to catch. Looked like that just slipped through the hands there. He'll be very disappointed, but nothing will be easy to catch today.
No, nothing will be easy to catch as Jake comes to bowl again. Owen Fuller as well, straight to Tim for a single there. It is unfortunate there, the drop catch, but it is hard. The conditions aren't easy for cricket out here, as the boys will go and get around him as we check the Bendigo Bank scoreboard at this grand final, this Macgibbon Shield grand final, this fantastic game of cricket that we are currently watching unfold in front of us. And after 35 overs, the score is 4 for 136.
That could be a big moment in the game, Xander. I think if Fernando could get going here and if they'd taken that catch, it would have been, you know, Trinity right on top here and feeling like they had the momentum. They're going to have to be careful here. They don't want him to get away.
Yes, it is hard to take those catches out there. We talked the slippery conditions as well, and it is quite hard to see under the udders there at Cow Corner. Unfortunately there for Eddie Thwaites. A lot of distance on the helicopter shot as well.
There was. Not quite enough to get to the boundary, but gee, it looked good, the shot.
It looked good, and Mike Sparks comes back in. They're going to push hard for 2, but they will only get 1 as Mike wears that on the hamstring.
Under 5 overs to go now. This is a huge period of the game. I just feel like it could really turn one way or another here.
Mike comes into bowl.
Oh, ooh, it was chipped towards deep square leg, but it bounced about probably 5 metres in front of Tom Clark. Part of me would have felt like running in and trying to catch that, but I think it was probably the smart thing.
It was a smart thing.
We saw what happened when Eddie tried to catch it. I think just stopping the boundary at this stage is a good idea.
Trying to restrict as many runs as possible, as that is beautiful execution. That is well stopped there by the man fielding. It isn't easy out there, Zach, is it?
No, the ball would be incredibly hard to field at the moment. We're seeing some of the fielders coming to them and, you know, a couple of double grabs or one slipping through the fingers. It would be incredibly hard to field at the moment.
And you'd think maybe if they do get the batting innings in today as well, the ball will deteriorate much faster for the Northcote players.
Yeah, I do wonder whether you can actually start after an innings break if it's raining. So I think we'll have to consult the rule book there, but I have a feeling if it's raining, you can't actually start an innings.
You can't, and an attempted ram shot there. Not too sure what happened there. If those are going to be called leg byes, they will be called leg byes.
And for those that are watching on camera and can't tell, it has been drizzling steadily for the last 10 overs. So it's just 4 overs to go now. The score 443. 10 and over from here, Xander. That's what I'd be aiming for.
10 and over. And what about for the bowling side? What do you reckon they'll be aiming for restricting the runs?
Love to keep them under 165 or 170 from here. If you get a couple of wickets, it could really help. But I think the score around that 160, 165 mark, Trinity would feel very confident they could chase down, but they will have to bat well. It's not easy.
But as we have discussed, two of the best teams, a lot of class in the batting and bowling from both teams.
It won't be easy. Every run will be hard to score today or tomorrow.
Whenever the game does take place, as Jay comes to bowl again.
That's a big shot. Jack is running in. He's not going to get there. It's going to land between 3 fielders. Long off, long on, and cover have all run in, and it's triangulated them, and it's landed in the gap, Xander.
Look, if you had a look at that from a eagle bird eye vision, they would have converged there to form the Illuminati symbol with the ball landing in the middle.
Bit of luck there for Blackmore Moor. It's another nice shot onto the leg side, and that's gone for 4 runs. Pulled away by Fernando. The Northcote crowd are getting up and about now. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. A few car horns.
A couple honks.
From the people that don't want to be out in the rain.
Smart decision.
Smart, but possibly a little bit soft.
Potentially, you know, my hoodie that was green when I got here is starting to turn to the colour black. Thanks to the rain. But here comes Jake again. He's bowled really well.
That was a bit fuller, and it's hit away again, and it's this exact same spot for 4 more. That one fuller.
Another bad shaped boundary there for him.
And this is a really, really good over for Northcote. Fernando, after having that chance put down a couple of overs ago, he's making Trinity pay now.
He is, and that is what you are told as a batsman. You make the fielding team pay, and he is doing quite well there.
Could end up being a big moment in this game. I probably would have thought about putting another fielder out on that leg side boundary. He's clearly targeting it, but no change to the field. 4 on the leg side, a short, fine leg, square leg, a cow, and a long on.
As again, the flick goes through the leg side, and that is another boundary. Has gone for 4 runs. A badge of a boundary there for 4.
It's time to get square leg on the boundary, Xander.
I think so.
That change needs to be made. But Nick Sparks is walking back up. Are they going to make a change here? It's becoming a problem area, but Nick's walked back up to square leg. Doesn't look like there's been a change in the field.
Jake backing himself here.
As the Northcote boys under the tree are getting a bit rowdy. They're enjoying this. That is hit away, very close to the boundary. Eddie's right on it, but it's made it for 6. Couldn't be stopped by Eddie Thwaites, and there's another bad shepherd, 6 runs.
Huge over, massive over there from Northcote. And you'd say maybe that over, the runs scored there make up for the whole lull in the middle. Unfortunate there for Jake, really unfortunate.
Yes.
And as we check the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, right now the score is 4 for 164 off 36 overs.
37 overs, Xander, just 3 overs to go. And that was a big over. That has changed the course of the game now. After Fernando was put down, he's 25 off 12. Mike Sparks to continue. Trinity really need a wicket now. I don't want them to get away from them here. It's driven into the cover region. Nick Sparks has knocked it down, but they've got back for 2 more runs. This is a big period in the game now for Northcote, Xander.
Yeah, it is huge here for Northcote. These are the runs they were looking for quite early on.
Well driven into the leg side, and it's picked up by Jack Raves, and they just get the single, but that brings the danger man on strike. Fernando striking at 200 here, and he'd love to get a couple more away. Square legs on the boundary here though, so he's got more protection on the leg side. But he goes over cover with a huge lofted cover drive for 6 runs for a bad Shepherd boundary. That's a huge shot. Shot of the day.
Shot of the day. I am giving that shot of the day. That is a fantastic shot. You were just saying they've got the protection on the leg side, and he's cleared his leg, and he has gone over the other boundary for a massive bad Shepherd 6.
And the Northcote fans are loving it. Bit of footwork, and he goes again over the offside to backward point. Matt Veach throws it in, but they come back for 2. This is getting out of hand a bit for Trinity.
It is really getting out of hand here, and the rain is starting to come down now. Starting to come down a lot heavier now than it was before.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty cold and I'm pretty wet.
I'm sure the players are as well, as we are protected by cheetah teamwear. A couple of hoodies and jackets going on. As Mike comes into bowl. He's gone again, and that is huge.
Enormous. That has gone a long way back over cow corner. That is not under the udders, Xander. That is over the udders.
That is over the udders, over the cow tipping fields. That has gone huge, and it's unfortunate there. Another bad Shepherd 6. Fantastic shot. And you really say that drop catch is making them pay, isn't he?
Yeah, it's starting to hurt big time now. Fernando, 39 off 15 with 3 4s and 3 6s.
Yes, as we said before, it's gone right over cow. It's been hit on the backside. Perhaps a rump shot there. Over cow for 6.
Fielders have a bit of travel to do to get down to that ball. They might have to get on the 109 tram, a couple of stops to go and pick it up.
They might have to make sure they've got their Mikeys. Touch on if you're using public transport, and wear a mask if you're travelling, especially along this 109 tram line, as we have a Auburn Hotel ball finding break. And we'll be back after these messages.
It's really coming down now as well, Xander. I am quite mystified, to be honest, that we're still playing cricket in this weather.
Yes, I don't think we should. And I think they're going to say we might put a stop to it now. The umpires are converging, they're convening in the middle.
It is really coming down
As
now.
they have discussed, we're going to pull it out, and we're going to pull off the innings. And if you're indoors, we're jealous of you. Thank you for paying attention for this first innings, and we have an Auburn Hotel rain delay, and we'll be back if the weather permits it.
Yeah, Xander and I will be running to get undercover here. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back later.
just for an update, I've been told the ball has now appeared at Baldwin Cinemas. So for those in Cinema 6 currently watching one of the movies, we do apologise, and you can forward any discretions to us. Looks like the rain's going to be around for a while, so have a lovely day everyone, and we'll be back later when the rain stops.
much like my female viewers, it was moist. Yes, sir. Do I start? I start with this one, don't I? Oh, hey, no. Here's what we're going to do, alright? Bring it down first, right? Yeah. No. Well, are we packing it up or are we just putting this on? What we're going to do is take it. Pretty, your finger. Well, no, but 4 inch.
Are we just going to drag this over?
Well, I guess we can leave it. Oh, I'm not going to have to charge the thing. Yeah, actually, no, look, we'll take it over there.
We'll take it over there.
Over there.
I wouldn't
Then
have
I can put it under. I can put it under the. I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, just don't pack it up.
Well, yeah, we can do, if you want to pack it up, then sure.
I just don't know. I don't want to leave this in someone else's rooms overnight. So,
Did we turn it off?
Carry it?
if you want, yeah. So if you two, I'll come with you and come back. We'll get those. Don't worry about it.
I'll go first.
I'll go second. And you're in. Oh, you're all right.
She's
No, it's all right. Just let me put that on there.
Still on?
It may well still be streaming.
That's one moist finger.